from B there, and that is our judge at E, Susanne Barup from Denmark. They are taking their places. We also have Magnus Ringmark from Sweden at H. Our president of the ground jury today is Katrina Wurst from Germany. She is, of course, sitting at C. At M, we have Elke Elbert from Germany. And as I said, at B, Clive Housel from Great Britain. Over the last few months, we've seen wins from Katrina Casacruz and Helene Stansira in leg 1 in Wilhelmsburg. Jessica von Brendel-Wernl took leg 2 in Lyon with her brand new music on TSF Delira BB. Leg 3 saw Ingrid Klimke take the top spot on Franziskus FRH. It was another win for Germany in Madrid with Frederick von Dreis and Duke of Britain FRH taking the full 20 points. Then it was the turn of world number 1 Lottie Fry and Glamourdale, who wowed us in XL. So here you can see the judges at E, Susanne Barup from Denmark, Magnus Ringmark at H from Sweden, Katrina Wurst from Germany at C, and Elke Ebert from Germany also at M, Clive Housel, the judge, at B. So as I was saying, Lottie Fry took the top spot with Glamourdale in XL London. The final show of 2022 was in Mechlin, where Dinja van Leer and Hermes NOP danced their way to the top spot. These are the current standing of the Western European League. Isabel Wert out in front, 74 points. Ingrid Klimke, she's here today, so she's going to be looking to jump to that top spot. 68 points, she's 6th and 2nd. Benjamin Verndl in 3rd, 65 points. Dinja van Leer with her 2 wins in 4th. Nanna also here today. She's got 62 points. She's going to be looking to climb that leaderboard as well. So that is our top 10. 74 points down to 49 there, with Emily Scholtens down in 10th place. So we have Ingrid and Nanna coming forward today. So they're going to be looking to pick up some more points in this competition. Nanna has travelled far and wide in this Western European League. I think this is her 5th horse that she's been competing. She's had Attrap Guards Othilia, Blue Horse Zach, Blue Horse Zepter, who she rides here today, and Blue Horse Saint Chufro. So a really strong contestant for these Western European League qualifiers. So then heading into January, we saw, we have the start list. So these are the competitors coming forward today. Estelle Wettstein from Switzerland there in 4th at 9:30. Then we have Denise Nekeman, Boston STH from the Netherlands, 10:05. Simone Pearce from Australia. And then looking down the start list, 13th in Ingrid there, 11:30. Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Nanna Skodborg Merrald. A really competitive final 3 coming in to the arena, last to go. So as I was saying, last month, Jessica von Brendel-Wernl and TSF Delira BB took their 2nd World Cup win in Basel with another 90% score. Then last time out in Amsterdam, we saw Dinja van Leer take her 2nd World Cup win on Hermes NOP. So with a really strong lineup that we just saw there in the start list of horse and rider combinations, it's all to play for today. It's a very, very intense atmosphere here in Neumünster. As you can see from the arena, there's no space to go around the outside, so the horses come straight into the middle of the arena. The crowd are very on top of them. A great atmosphere for these horses and riders. Make sure you download our spectator judging app as well, presented to you by SAP. You can join along with our panel of judges and see how close you can get to their expert opinion. So you can download that from your App Store on an Android or your Play Store from your Apple device. It's a really, really fun thing to do. And you can be in with the chance of picking up some prizes as well. So as I said, we have 15 combinations coming forward from a fantastic 8 nations around the world. Today they will be riding the Grand Prix. Lots of spectators already enjoying the atmosphere here in Neumünster. Such a great show, always such a brilliant lineup here as well in Neumünster. Some top horse and rider combinations coming forward.
Meine Damen und Herren, seit mehr als 15 Jahren widmet sich die Familie Andersen dem Reitsport auf großer Hingabe.
We have a strong German field as well. 4 horse and rider combinations coming forward from Germany. So this crowd are really going to be getting behind their own. And then we may see some of these horse and rider combinations coming forward in just a few days' time in Gothenburg in Sweden. We have on Friday the Grand Prix out there. That is Friday the 24th. And then next Saturday, the 25th of February, we have the Grand Prix Freestyle. So make sure you join in with us there and watch along here on Clip My Horse TV. We will, of course, be showing the Grand Prix on the FEI Dressage Facebook pages and, of course, on YouTube as well. So you can watch along for free on there. But you will need a subscription for the freestyle. But first into the arena, we have Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock. She's 29 years old, ranked 563rd. She's riding Florine OLD, an 11-year-old Oldenburg mare by Foundation. The 3rd ever international together after making their debut at Grand Prix in March last year. They competed in Liège, where they narrowly missed out on the magical 70% and finished 7th in the Grand Prix with 69.913 and 5th in the special with 69.957. They then went on to compete in Ermelo in September, finishing 6th in the Grand Prix, where they did break that 70% barrier, 71.022, and 3rd in the special with 72%. Tomorrow, in fact, will be their first ever freestyle. So we have everything crossed for Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Florine OLD. So as I was saying before, the riders get the opportunity to actually go into the arena. There's no space, you can just see there's no space to go around the outside. So coming down the first centre line, Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Florine OLD for Germany. Just leaving a hind leg out there in the first initial halt. The judges want to see a nice balanced square halt at X. Into the extended trot. Fairly modest there, I would say. Again, remember, this is her 3rd ever international Grand Prix, so she's still learning lots about this horse. Only 11 years old. Some lovely positioning here in the half pass. Nice crossing. She comes into the halt. Let's see Nicely on the marker again, just leaving that right hind leg slightly out there, but some fairly nice steps in the rein back. And again, back into the extended trot. Asking a little bit more there, which is lovely to see. She felt like she could push for a little bit more on that second diagonal line. Tracking up nicely, and again nicely active into the passage, a little bit forward in that passage, but managed to get a good transition into the piaffe. Some fairly nice steps there, scoring 3 7s and 2 7.5s. It was just that transition coming back into the passage which just could have done with a little bit more fluency. Lovely and relaxed here in the walk. A fairly good over track. The mare taking a really nice stretch down and out in the frame, which is lovely to see. As I said, a really big atmosphere. You can see how close the crowd are to the horse and rider, and that can add a certain pressure. But this horse seems to be dealing with it really well. I think that's one of the hardest things to do as well, that collected walk across the short side. They know that passage is coming, and so that's when a bit of tension can creep in, but she managed that really nicely. Again, some fairly nice steps there in the piaffe. Just those transitions again, especially the transition back out into the passage. Lost a bit of balance there. I think there was a bit of miscommunication going into the canter transition. Just lost the straightness down on that long side. Straight into those 2-time changes. A little bit of swinging there. You'd want to see them a little bit straighter for the higher marks. But plenty of air time there, lots of expression in the actual changes themselves. And again there, I would say fairly modest in the extended canter. Feel like she could have gone for that a little bit more, but as I said, their third ever international. This test is all going to be about building the confidence, and I feel like she's going to come in tomorrow for the freestyle and just be able to ask a few more questions of this lovely mare. Still very, very new to this level, having only started at Grand Prix in March last year. So still learning together. Just 11 years old. Nice and forward there in those one-time changes. Could have just covered a little bit more ground, but again, scoring really well around the 7s and 7.5s. A really lovely, consistent, harmonious test so far. Good balance there in the canter pirouette. This mare has such a great ability to really sit, and I think as she gets stronger and develops more at this level, they're going to get even more uphill. And then we're going to see those even bigger marks coming through. And again, each time she's performed that extended trot, she's just asked for that little bit more, which is great to see this partnership really building in confidence as the test proceeds. Oh, just again lost the fluency there coming into that piaffe. Well recovered though from Bianca, and a better transition out into the passage again this time. This horse has such a lovely presence. And a lovely square halt to finish there for Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Florine OLD. Looking like it could be a personal best score. The personal best at the moment, 71.022%. Really lovely, consistent, mistake-free test there from this wonderful partnership. And this mare just is so wonderfully relaxed in the arena, taking it all in her stride. She looks like she's been there, done it, and got the t-shirt already. And yet this is only her third ever International Grand Prix. A really, really lovely, harmonious partnership that I can only see is going to get better as they get stronger and work more together at this level. That was the first extended trot. Really covering the ground nicely. Scoring really well throughout the test, very consistent. Some lovely steps there in the trot half passes. Really covering the ground. You can see how open in the shoulder she is and really able to stretch across that short diagonal in the half pass. Just a few times in the piaffe. It was more in the transitions coming into the piaffe where she just lost a little bit of the fluency. You can see there, it just takes a stride to get back into the passage. And then we came into the twos. We saw a tiny bit of swinging, and again, that's just going to improve as she gets stronger in this Grand Prix work. But some really lovely ground covering flying changes. So we just wait as we bring you a score for our first combination. 71.957 from E, 73.043 from H, 71.087 from C, 71.087 from M, and 71.848 from B. So a total score there of 71.804 and a new personal best for Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Florine Old for Germany. So now we move on to our second combination in the arena, and it is one for South Africa. It is Gretha Hausmann-Ferreira and Zidane. Gretha is 34 years old, ranked 266, riding a 15-year-old stallion, Danish warm blood by Blue Horse Zach. So into the arena now, Gretha Hausmann-Ferreira and Zidane for South Africa. This is another partnership that competed at the World Championships last year. They finished 37th in the Grand Prix with 70%, their personal best score. They came up together through small tour and medium tour classes since 2018. Made their Grand Prix debut in 2020. This is their second World Cup qualifier after they competed in Stuttgart in November last year, where they finished 14th in the Grand Prix with 67.370 and 15th in the Grand Prix freestyle with 66.635. Fairly nice start from Gretha. Would have just liked to have seen the frame extend a little bit more in the extended trot. Very expressive horse. Just a little bit unbalanced there coming into the halt. Had to step that right hind back to become square. And again, just dropped a little bit in the shoulder in the rein back. And again there, just in the extended trot, some really nice big ground covering steps, but the pole just dropped slightly. So you want to keep the pole at the highest point throughout the whole test. Very cleverly ridden there in the piaffe. Some fairly nice steps. Could see it in almost two halves. She had to ask the horse to go one step forward a little bit just to keep that activity and that forward momentum. Of course, the piaffe is still a forward movement. And again, here in the extended walk, I'd just like to see the horse being able to take that rein down and out and stretch a little bit more over the back. It was just coming back at her and curling up slightly. And when they're unable to really take that stretch down and out in the walk, it does affect the stride length in the extended walk as well. The judges are really looking for a clear over track and nice swinging back in the walk. Again, they're a little bit of hollowing towards the end of the piaffe. Much more on the spot though that time. Good transition up into the canter. As they come into the 2-time changes now. Nice and straight, just had a 3 at the beginning, which will pull their mark right down. That's really, really unfortunate, because the rest of the line was beautifully ridden, lovely and straight, plenty of jump in the canter. But 5s and 4s from the judges for that. And onto the half-pass zigzag. Again, just at times needs to watch the straightness. You see in that second left half pass was a little bit quarters leading. A good line of 110Ps. Now into these canter pirouettes. Yeah, really nicely balanced. Or just lost a little bit of the activity coming out of the canter pirouette there. Good preparation here into the canter pirouette right. And again, you could just see there the horse getting a little bit stuck in that last stride of the canter pirouette, coming back out into the collected canter on the centre line. But actually the canter pirouettes themselves, well ridden. Nicely balanced in those. As she comes down her final centre line. Lots of elevation here in the passage. Yeah, that's a shame. Just a bit of resistance there in the piaffe. It was almost just getting a little bit too quick. And again, well ridden there, just going back to the piaffe after that little mistake. Just doing a few more steps to give the horse confidence again. And there we have it for Gretha Hausmann-Ferreira and Zidane. They are representing the Republic of South Africa today. A well-ridden test. Shame about that little mistake on that final centre line. Some really lovely changes. And again, that mistake at the beginning of the 2s was very, very costly for them. As well as that final piaffe scoring two 3s and a 4. So we just wait for those scores to be confirmed before we bring them to you. Her personal best in the Grand Prix is 70%. She's not going to be making that today, unfortunately. The second Piaffe, definitely the best in the test. You could just see the horse getting a little bit hollow, though, in those. Some great steps there in the extended canter. Huge ground coverage in that. Just at times, generally, I thought through the test, the horse just dropped the pole slightly, wasn't able to keep that balance up, to keep the pole at the highest point throughout the whole test. And, that can just lose you some really, really costly mistakes. And I said it in the first extended trot, the horse just dropped below. If the horse could be in slightly better self-carriage, I think those marks would creep up towards that 70% barrier. Can see some really big ground covering steps there, but even there you can see the pole which is in between the horse's ears. You can just see that actually the second or third plait is actually in the highest position rather than the pole. Lovely and straight there though in the changes. 66.848 at E, 69.022 at H, 63.913 at C, 62.935 at M, and 65.870 from B, giving a total score of 65.718 there for Gretha Hausmann-Ferreira and Zidane from South Africa. That puts them into second place. So a mini interview there. I'm not sure how much we could really hear of that, but mini interview from the rider. So the score to beat as it stands, 71.804. That's from Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock for Germany. There we can see Clive Housel, our British judge. Are you joining along at home with the spectator judging? It's not too late to do so. Download the app to take part. Next up is Janine Nekeman and Ferrari for the Netherlands. Janine, 27 years old. Ferrari is a 13-year-old KWPN gelding by Apache out of a Jazz mare. A long-standing relationship. They've come up through small tour classes as well as under 25 Grand Prix. They made their senior Grand Prix debut in April last year. This is their first World Cup qualifier together, having previously ridden at CDI 3-star level. They competed last time out in Kronenberg in December. They finished 12th in the Grand Prix with 69.522% and 13th in the freestyle with 65.485%. So into the arena now. For the Netherlands, it is Janine Nekeman and Ferrari. This horse looking rather hot in the arena. Of course, they do get some arena familiarization before they come in and compete, but arena familiarization is with a lot of other horses and of course no other spectators or judges in there, so there's no real atmosphere. And when these horses come in on their own and the crowds are so close, it can add a level of tension. But Janine's been riding this horse for a very long time, knows him very well. Doing a good job of just trying to settle him, in the arena. You can just see though, he's just holding himself in this trot work, getting a little bit distracted by what's going on around him. Lovely square halt there, just a little bit early. You want to see the rider's body on the marker at C. Just little things like that can be actually rather expensive. You can lose a valuable mark if you don't halt in exactly the right place. She comes into her first piaffe. Again, you can just see a little bit of tension creeping in, but well ridden by Janine. This will be very telling with the walk coming up now. I think sometimes the walk can really help relax the horses and settle them into the atmosphere, or it completely can have the opposite effect. This horse is actually surprisingly relaxed in the walk, and Janine's able to give him a fairly good stretch here in the extension. Some good ground cover. Can she keep it together here for the collected walk? Hopefully this will have helped her going forward in the test to just allow him to take a bit of a breath and relax. Better in the transition into the piaffe. Yeah, slightly better. Again, just generally, I'd like to see a little bit more relaxation from this horse, just taking in the atmosphere. And I think, you know, coming in today for the Grand Prix is going to give this horse a lot of confidence then for tomorrow coming in for the freestyle. Some nice changes. 7s across the board from the judges for those. Yeah, again, some lovely steps in the extended canter there. And then you could just see him as he was coming into the corner, just backing off slightly and looking at the crowd. I think Janine's doing a really, really good job of just containing him, losing a little bit of the suppleness again here in the canter zigzag. But again, he's just holding himself tight over the back through all of this test. And this is real testament to Janine's riding for giving him a good experience in the arena today and hopefully building his confidence up ready for the freestyle tomorrow. We're coming into these canter pirouettes now. Good preparation, nice balance there. And then into the right pirouette. Slightly bigger that time. We'd like to have seen it a little bit more centered for the higher marks. I've spoken lots in the past about that fine line between expression and explosion, and it's something that my fellow commentator Spencer Sturmey talks about as well. And you know, you want plenty of expression in the test, you want these horses to be really showing off, but there is a really, really fine line of when that tension creeps in. And actually I think Janine's done a great job today of managing that, because she could have quite easily had an explosion on her hands, and she's done a great job of just controlling that situation and giving him a really positive experience in the arena today. And I hope that tomorrow the horse is going to come in and just be a little bit more relaxed, be able to breathe and relax over the back a little bit more. So there we have it for Janine Nekeman and Ferrari. He certainly was a Ferrari today. Plenty of power. So there we can see a replay of the Piaffe and into the tempi changes. And everything that Janine rode really well today, but she was just on that fine balance. You can see just how pumped this horse is today in this atmosphere, just holding himself through his body. And we all know when we get nervous and when we get excited about situations and get a little bit apprehensive, we hold ourselves in our bodies. You know, we go tense, we can go a little bit rigid, and it's about the rider giving that horse the confidence to just slowly relax. And sometimes that doesn't happen overnight, but Janine did a really, really good job of doing her best in that situation, and hopefully he will come out feeling more relaxed tomorrow. So we just wait for the score. 68.043 from E, 67.717 from H, 68.587 from C, 68.043 from M, and 68.696 from B. A total score of 68.217. And into second place there for Janine Nekeman and Ferrari. So now we have sole representative of Switzerland. It is Estelle Wettstein. She's 27 years old, ranked 100th. She's riding Quarter Boy, a 13-year-old Aulenbrock gelding by a quarterback. They competed in the 2021 European Championships, finishing 27th in the Grand Prix with 71.087. They had a good season in 2022. 2 podium finishes in Onago in March. And then they went on to Mannheim, where they scored 2 plus 70% for 2 top 10 finishes. They were then selected for the World Championship team for 2022, but unfortunately Estelle had to withdraw because her father suffered a heart attack. So of course she had to put family first. They competed in Basel last month, finished 14th in the Grand Prix with 67.717 and 11th in the freestyle with 75.395. Into the arena now. For Switzerland, Estelle Wettstein and Quarter Boy. That's a shame, just a little bit unsettled there in the initial halt. A couple of 3s, a couple of 4s and a 5 from the judges for that. Just keen to get going. Estelle also rode Great Escape Camelot in Stuttgart World Cup qualifier in November. They finished 13th in the Grand Prix with 68.739 and 12th in the freestyle with 75.570. She was also the individual rider that represented Switzerland at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. She rode West Side Story OLD there and finished in 41st place. Came up through the youth classes, so very experienced member of the Swiss team. Lovely positioning here in the trot half passes. Oh, just lost the balance there over the centre line. Again there, just affected the rhythm of the trot. Oh, just getting a bit tense today in the halts. And of course that affecting her rein back as well. Again, 3 3s and 2 4s for that from the judges. Very, very costly. Fairly nice steps there in the extended trot. Again, would just like to see that pole up where it is now at the highest place in the extended trot. Lovely frame here in the Piaffe. Some good steps there. Just a little bit of fiddling in the contact. Yeah, really rewarded in the Piaffe. 4 7.5s and an 8 for those. And good transition marks as well. So this is where she needs to watch out, because this is where the tension is just creeping in. We could see it in the halts, and it's also coming through here in the walk. Horse not really relaxing in the walk. Inconsistent in the stretch. Estelle doing her best to try and maintain that walk, and yeah, it's only going to get worse in the collection. She's trying to offer the hand forward to give him a longer rein. Oh, this is going to be very expensive. And this is the thing, when these horses know what's coming next, he knows that he's got to passage from M, and I think that's why that collected walk is probably one of the hardest movements in this Grand Prix test. You know, they have to perform all of these highly skilled collective movements and then prove how relaxed they can be in the walk. Very, very difficult, and you can see that's really affected her marks. 3 1s for the collective walk and 2 2s. And both the walk, the extended walk and the collected walk, double coefficients. Again, a bit of miscommunication there in the transition into canter. Into the 2s now. Nice expressive 2-time changes. Nice and straight there on the diagonal line. This horse much happier when he's doing the more difficult work. I think sometimes when these horses are so well trained and have so many tricks up their sleeves, they just get a little bit bored when things are too easy. Just a little bit of head tilting there in the canter zigzag. Now into the 1s. Nice and punchy from the hind leg, really able to step through. Some good marks there. And now into the canter pirouettes, again something that this horse finds relatively easy. Really able to take that weight in the hind leg. Just a little bit of pivoting towards the end. Just like to see him sitting a little bit more on the hind leg. The first half of the canter pirouette was nice, so this is good here. Just needs to keep that all the way around. Much better there. A little bit of croup high in the flying change at X. So coming down the final centre line now. The last section of Piaffe and Passage. Plenty of elasticity here in this trot, and you can really see this horse is so able to really step under and take that weight in the Piaffe, the Passage work. Doing well there in the Piaffe as she comes down to her final halt. Can she get any halt? Yes, a quick one there from Estelle Wettstein and Quarter Boy. A real shame about that tension in the walk and the halts today. She's definitely going to be working on that overnight, ready for the freestyle tomorrow. Very, very costly. I think that's the first time in a World Cup I've seen a 1 on the test sheet, but she really didn't get any collective walk at all, did she, across that short side of the arena. But some lovely work elsewhere. We can see some really expressive trot work, especially in those extended trots. Lovely there in the trot half pass to the right. Lovely freedom of the shoulder there. You can really see the horse able to stretch across that diagonal line. Just a couple of times in this one to the left where they had a little bit of a break in the rhythm. Just coming up around now. Just literally a couple of strides, but of course that can pull the mark down by a half. And again there towards the end. Some good work in the Piaffe. Nicely on the spot, keeping that activity and maintaining it really, really well. And then, of course, we moved on to the walk, which unfortunately was very, very costly for this pair today. And here's the score: 65 from E, 64.674 from H, 62.391 from C, 63.587 from M, and 62.174 from the judge at B. A total score of 63.565, and actually did very well to get back up, because at one point she was in the mid-50s after the walk, so really picked up her marks after the canter work. So we have our final rider before our first break now, and it is another rider for Germany. It is Hendrik Lochthowe, and he is riding Brico Baron, a 14-year-old Hanoverian gelding by Bertoli W, out of a Blue Horse Cavan mare. This is this combination's 4th ever International Grand Prix. After starting at Grand Prix in May last year in Hamburg, they finished 3rd in the Grand Prix with 70.130 and 2nd in the Special with 70.021. They then headed to Kronenberg CDI 4-star, finishing 8th in the Grand Prix and Grand Prix Freestyle with 76.913 and 70.865 respectively. They then, last time out in January, they had 2 podium finishes, were 2nd in the Grand Prix, 69.435, and won the freestyle with their personal best of 74.765. So coming down the centre line for Germany, it is Hendrik Lochthowe and Brico Baron. Just hollowed a little bit in the transition back out into the trot. I think Hendrik was a little worried because you could see before the bell went, before he started his test, the horse was a little bit tense when the crowd clapped. So he wanted a nice quick halt and crack on with the test. Some nice expression here in the trot half passes. Some little irregularities in the rhythm. You could just see him backing off a little bit halfway through. Just a little bit of tension creeping in. Better here in the half pass to the left. Really nice frame. Again, unsettled there in the hold. And inconsistent in the contact there in the rein back. Some nice big ground covering steps, tracking up nicely in the extended trot. Coming into the passage and piaffe work. Yeah, some fairly nice steps in the piaffe. Just those transitions that lost a little bit of fluency. Be interesting to see if this is where the tension creeps in, like the last horse. I said earlier with Janine Nekeman, actually the walk helped her horse relax a little bit in the arena. The last horse obviously we saw getting very, very tense in the walk, and this horse actually stepping really nice and forward in the extended walk. Could just relax a little bit more over the back to encourage a bit more swing in the walk. Hendrik doing a very, very good job of keeping as much relaxation there as he could, and a lovely transition up into the passage. Some good steps here in the passage again, and I think what Hendrik's doing a really good job of keeping that pole up and keeping fairly good self-carriage through the test. We've seen a few horses this morning that have just dropped the pole slightly, and you'd like to see him better self-carriage, and you can see through most of this horse's test the pole is up, the ears are pricked, he's really listening to his rider. The frame is staying nice and consistent, even when he's doing these more difficult movements like those tempi changes, and very nice they were. A couple of 8s for the 2-time changes there from the judges, really coming nice and uphill in those. Some fairly good steps in the extended canter. Again, just for me, got a little bit flat across the diagonal. I'd like to see that uphill tendency maintained, lifting up in the shoulder a little bit more. Just needs to keep the straightness here in those changes and those half passes. You can see a little bit of swinging. Actually started well and then just lost a bit of the balance halfway through. You can see those quarters just creeping in a little bit. Yeah, some nice changes there, and actually that's when you could see the frame drop a little bit. Just wanted to see the horse come a little bit more uphill. Going to be interesting to see what happens in these canter pirouettes. Can he keep that uphill tendency throughout the whole pirouette? Yeah, nice. Very well centered there. Just going a little bit onto the shoulder, yeah. Well recovered, because that first step, he brought him back, he half halted, and the horse just went a little bit onto the shoulder in that first step of the canter pirouette. But Hendrik did a really great job of regaining the balance on the hind leg, and actually the canter pirouette improved as it went on. So coming down the final centre line now. Simply Best playing in the background. Currently sitting in second. Can he creep up to first? I'm not sure he's quite done enough. Some lovely passage work here on the final centre line. As he comes into the final halt. And big pats there for Bricke from Hendrik Lochthowe from Germany. A really well ridden test. Again, a bit of tension just creeping in every now and again. Really suffered with the halts again. Another combination that we've just seen today. And as I said at the beginning, this is a very, very intense atmosphere in this arena. The crowd are incredibly close to the horses and to the riders. There's no room to even trot around the edge. And that can really have a big effect on the horses. And as I said, they can come in for arena familiarisation, but you know, there's a lot of horses in the arena all at the same time, and that can give the horses confidence. And of course, no crowd, no clapping, no noises. So very, very different doing the arena familiarisation to the actual test itself. But some really lovely work. The 2-time changes were definitely a standout for me, gaining a couple of 8s from the judges for those. Some nice work in the PF. Just lost the marks today in those halts. Of course, 3 halts in the test can be very, very costly. 68.696 from E, 67.826 from H, 69.457 from C, 69.022 from M, and 67.609 from B. A total score and into second place there with 68.522%. So here are the current standings at the moment, with the first 5 already gone. Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Florine OLD are first to go. They are out in the lead, 71.804, a personal best score for them for Germany. Then we see Hendrik, who we've just seen the test of, 68.522, and Janine Nekeman and Ferrari in third at the moment, 68.217. Gretha Hausmann-Ferreira, 65.718. And Estelle Wettstein, 63.565. Lots of tension there for her. But we will be back in just a few moments' time. 9:05 German time, 9:05 English time, 10:05 Central European time. Join us back for Denise Nekeman, who is next into the arena.
Fairness und Harmonie in der Entwicklung werden. Denn, das muss man ja auch schon festhalten, das sieht wirklich auch schön aus. Also, Sie müssen gar nicht jede einzelne Passage probieren, sondern schauen Sie sich das Pferd an und entscheiden Sie über Harmonie und Fairness im Pferdesport. 10.000 € für die Reiter gegenüber Ihrem schönsten Sportart zu sehen ist.
Welcome back to part 2 here of leg 9 of 11 of the FEI Dressage World Cup Western European League in Neumünster, here at VR Classics in the Holstenhallen arena. We've had a great start to the competition so far. 5 riders have come forward for this Grand Prix. The crowds are building as we come into part 2, where we see another 5 partnerships come forward. The judges and their scribes are just taking their positions in their seats around the arena. Remember, you can download the Spectator Judging app and join along with our expert panel of judges. And actually, Spectator's doing a very good job so far, getting very close to our panel of judges. So see how you fare as well. You can either judge the whole test as it goes along, give an overall general impression mark, or judge a shorter version. So download that app now, and you can actually be in with a chance of winning some fantastic prizes as well. So here are the standings so far. We have Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock out in the lead for Germany, 71.804, a personal best score for her and Florine OLD. Then Hendrik Lochthowe in second place with Prix on 68.522. Janine Nekeman and Ferrari in third, 68.217. Seeing quite a bit of tension from the horses so far this morning. So it'd be interesting to see how that goes further into the class. But some problems for Janine Nekeman, Gretha Hausmann-Ferreira and Estelle Wettstein, all having some issues with tension. And I've said it a few times already this morning, but if you're just joining us, you can see how intense this arena is. It really, really is so incredibly close to the horses and to the riders. So a great atmosphere in this arena. And here are the start list. So Denise Nekeman is first in, Simone Pearce, Juliane Brunkhorst, Antonio Do Vale and Kirsten Brouwer. Then we take another little break. Then Emma Kanerva, Marieke van der Putten, Ingrid Klimke, Bachmann Andersen and Nanna Skodborg Merrald is last to go at 10:50 British time, 11:50 in Central European time. So some really top competitor and horse combinations coming forward in this fantastic class. It is all to play for, and as I said earlier, Ingrid Klimke is second in the standings so far. Nanna Skodborg Merrald is fourth, so they're going to be looking to pick up some points. Ingrid especially, as she is second of the Germans in the standings at the moment. We have Isabel Wirth out in the lead at the moment, so she's going to be looking to try and overtake her teammate. But now into the arena, it is Denise Nekeman. She is 29 years old, older sister of Janine Nekeman, who we saw just before the break. This is a very long-standing partnership, nearly 10 years they've been together. They've come up through youth riders, under 25 Grand Prix, having competed at 5 European Championships together. Also regular faces on the World Cup circuit. They've had a great 2022 with consistent scores in the Grand Prix of around 70%. They finished 13th in the Grand Prix in Aachen CDI 4-star in June with 70.239% and 4th in the freestyle with 76.205. Last time out was in leg 1 of the Western European League in Wilhelmsburg. They finished 13th in the Grand Prix and in the Grand Prix freestyle with 68.447 and 73.930 respectively. This is a 17-year-old KWPN stallion by Johnson. As I said, Denise, older sister to Janine, who we saw earlier riding Ferrari. Both work in the family business outside of horses as well. So into the arena now for the Netherlands. It is Denise Nekeman and Boston STH. This horse looking much more relaxed than we've seen from some of the other partnerships before the break. Very expressive here in the extended trot. Tracking up nicely. This horse is so beautifully naturally uphill. Good positioning there in the trot half pass, and again all that expression just floats across the diagonal. Nice supple change of bend there in the trot half passes as he comes across in the half pass to the left. Both those half passes double coefficients. A little bit unbalanced there. You could see the horse just putting the balance in the shoulder rather than carrying in the hind leg in that transition to halt, and then that meant that the weight was on the shoulder for the rein back. I feel like she could have just taken a little bit more time over that and could have just improved her score slightly. She's getting 5s, 5.5, 6s for the halt rein back. I think that could have been a little bit better if she'd have just taken her time a little bit more. Some fairly good steps in the Piaffe. 4 7s and a 7.5. Again, judges would be giving high marks for a little bit more lift, a bit more expression in the Piaffe. Some fairly good transitions as well, again scoring 4 7s and a 7.5. Lovely and relaxed here in the walk. Just like to see that nose come out a bit more in the extended walk. She could have just allowed a little bit more stretch there. And again, that would just encourage a little bit more ground cover as well. Again, you can just see the horse anticipating that transition. Such a difficult movement there. These horses, when they get to Grand Prix, they only have 3 tests. They have the Grand Prix, the Grand Prix Special, and the Grand Prix Freestyle. So they're riding the same tests over and over and over again. And therefore, the horses are very accustomed to riding those tests. They know it as well as their riders. And so that's when the anticipation can creep in. They know exactly what's coming next. Again, maintaining that lovely uphill frame in the canter work. Into those 2-time changes, nice and straight on the diagonal. Again, covering plenty of ground there in the 2-time changes. Yeah, really going for it there in the extended canter. Some we've seen have been a little bit modest, and that's really paid off. 2 8s, 2 7.5s, and a 7 for the extended canter. But she's able to go for it because the horse is so relaxed in the arena. Oh, a little mistake there. Just lost the balance. You could see him going onto the shoulder, and then just a little miscommunication in the flying change. Hasn't cost them too much because actually the rest of that line was pretty nice. Lovely 1-time changes. Really nice and forward. So now the line with the canter pirouettes. You can see Denise really half halting as she comes round into the canter pirouette. Yeah, better there in the canter pirouette to the right. Canter pirouette to the left was a little bit of a pivot. It just got a little bit flat. Again, a real highlight for this horse, that extended trot. Oh, just a little break in the rhythm, just one step. Really lovely test so far from this pair. And you can tell that they've been together for such a long time. Lovely harmony between the two of them. Horse is lovely and relaxed in the arena, really listening to his rider. Lost a bit of the fluency there in the transition back into the passage. As she comes into her final halt. Oh, just not quite square there, but a lovely job from Denise Nekeman and Boston STH. Really, really well ridden, very expressive test. Their personal best, 73.872. Not quite going to match that today, but it's definitely going to break the 70% barrier. Just a shame about that collected walk again in this test today. Just a bit of tension creeping in there, which cost them quite a few marks. And again, in that halt rein back as well, some 5s and some 5.5s for that, but really picked up the marks well here in the extended trot and those lovely trot half passes. You can really see this horse being able to step so far in those half passes. Really lovely freedom of the shoulder, and then just nice and supple change of bend there into the half pass to the left. Really well ridden by Denise. Again, two lovely lines of tempi changes as well. Just a really lovely uphill frame throughout the test. It was just in that first canter pirouette where she lost a bit of that, and it came a little bit onto the shoulder. So the second pirouette marked a little bit higher. 68.696 from E, 70.543 from H, 71.087 at C, 70.217 from M and B. So a total score there of 70.152, and into second place for Denise Nekeman and Boston STH. The spectators very, very close. They actually thought that she should be in the lead. 70.879 from the spectator judging. They had Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock on 70.042, whereas the judges have her in the lead with 71.804%. So next into the arena we have a representative from Australia. Here she comes. It is Simone Pearce. She is riding Feeder Dance, a 14-year-old Oldenburg stallion by Feeder Tans. This combination, although having only been together since May last year, represented Australia at the World Championships in Herning last August. They finished 19th in the Grand Prix with 73.463 and 25th in the Special with 72.584. since they have been to Stuttgart and to Excel for the World Cup qualifiers for the Western European League. Excel was their last outing. In Stuttgart, they were 10th in the Grand Prix, 71.109, and 13th in the freestyle, 74.850. At Excel, in the short Grand Prix, they were 6th with 72.632, and in the freestyle, 76.320. She's based in Europe. She came over to pursue a career in modelling. However, she missed the horses too much, so had them shipped over so she could carry on her dressage career. So in the arena now, Simone Pearce and Feeder Dance. Again, plenty of expression here in the extended trot. Could just have a little bit more from behind. So scoring 7.5 from the judges. Lovely here in the trot half pass. Plenty of reach. And again, nice and supple in the change of bend in the half pass to the left. Not quite square there, but compared to some of the other halts that we've seen at sea today, really nicely balanced coming in. No tension there. This horse looking nice and relaxed in the arena. Lovely activity in the passage. Nicely on the spot in the piaffe. Scoring 7s across the board for the piaffe and the transitions. Nice over track here in the extended walk. I think she could have allowed a little bit more stretch there in the extended walk. You could see the horse really seeking that contact down and out, and a lovely pick up into the collected walk. Lovely rhythm here in the walk. And as I've said, double coefficients in the extended walk and the collected walk, so really expensive, and we've seen how much that can really affect the overall scores when the horses are a little bit tense or expecting that passage transition at M. So Simone picking up some really valuable marks in that walk work. Combination best score of 73.463, so very, very close to that at the moment. Just dropped a little bit. We're sitting around 74-75% before the walk. So what can she do in the canter to bring that up? Unfortunately, mistakes in that line of 2s, so that's definitely not going to help that score creep up. Nicely ridden there in the extended canter. showing a good clear difference, and again great transitions back at the end of the extended canter. And the extended canter has a separate mark to the flying change at the end of the extended canter. So really important that they get that transition in back to the collected canter. Again, mistakes there in the line, down the centre line with the half passes. What can she do in this line of ones? Good so far. Much better in the line of ones, just dropping that pole slightly, which prevents her from getting those higher marks. Still 7s and a 6.5. Really lovely and balanced in the canter pirouette to the left. Beautifully centered. 8s from the judges for the canter pirouette right. Definitely a highlight for this combination. Slowly creeping up again, 70.2. That won't be enough yet to put them out in front. So coming down the final centre line for Simone Pearce and feeder dance for Australia. Good here in the passage. Better transition into the piaffe there at X. As she comes into that final halt at G. Just shaking her head a little bit, looks a little bit disappointed with those mistakes at the beginning of the canter work. That was such a pity. She was sitting around the mid-70s and that really pulled her down. So mistakes in the line of 2-time changes and of course the canter half pass in the centre line. A real shame, but some real highlights in that test. Some lovely canter pirouettes. These half passes scoring really well at the beginning. She was sitting around the 74-75% mark as she headed into the walk. Great positioning here, really lovely and supple through the body in these trot half passes. Really well ridden there from Simone. And this was just where the mistakes started to creep in these 2-time tempies. There's one. Really expensive, which was such a shame. And another one there. But she regained it for the 1-time changes. Although the pole dropped slightly, she still got 4 7s and a 6.5 for the 1-times. So a total score there of 71.630 from E, 69.891 from H, 70.652 from C, 70.543 from M, and 70.870 from B. A total score of 70.717, and into second place for Simone Pearce for Australia. Score to beat 71.804. That was our first combination into the arena, Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock. But we have another representative of Germany now. It is Juliane Brunkhorst and April. This is a 12-year-old Holstein. A new partnership to Grand Prix. Made their debut in May last year. They've been very successful, never finishing outside the top 7. Their debut saw them on the podium with 2 wins in Redefin CDI 3-star, 71.196 in the Grand Prix and 78.095 in the Grand Prix Freestyle. Great start to their Grand Prix career. Last month they competed in their first CDI 5-star in Frankfurt. Had great results, finishing 5th in the Grand Prix with 71.413 and 3rd in the Grand Prix Freestyle with 77.620. This is their first World Cup qualifier. So the bell has gone. It's our third combination coming forward for Germany. It is Juliane Brunkhorst and Aperol. Just stepped back there into a square halt. You would like to see the horse stepping forward into a square halt rather than backwards. Tracking up nicely in the extended trot. Nicely lengthening the frame as well as the stride there. Again, nicely supple into these trot half passes. Lost a little bit of the suppleness towards the end there in the half pass to the left. Again, just stepping back into the halt and just dropping onto the shoulder there in the rein back as well. Halts can be so expensive in dressage tests, and just getting a nice square still halt on the marker can actually pick you up some really, really valuable points. And when you get to the World Championships, the European Championships, the Olympics or the Paralympics, when the difference between a medal and no medal at all can be just a few marks, just getting those simple things like a square still halt can be so valuable. And so it's really important that actually we start with a really good foundation, and it's something that the horses have to perform right from the beginning of their dressage career, right the way through to the end. There's at least 2 halts in most tests. Fairly good relaxation there in the extended walk. Could see a bit more freedom in the shoulder. Just needs to be careful of the rhythm here in the collective walk. Good transition up into the passage. Yeah, and pretty nice transitions actually from the passage to the PF and the PF to the passage there. Scoring consistently 7s, a couple of 7.5s. Nice in the changes, a little bit of swinging in the change to the left. Again, nice there in the extended canter. No, really, excuse me, a really good expressive change coming back. Really nice suppleness here in the canter zigzag down the centre line, scoring very well. 2/8 for that. And again, that's a lot in one mark. So all of those half passes are considered, as well as all of those changes. So a lot of movements in that one mark to get right. Got to have really good balance going into that centre line. Yeah, pretty nice and centered in the canter pirouette. Just got a little bit onto the shoulder as the pirouette went on. Can she keep that uphill tendency? Yeah, just got a little bit open there in the canter pirouette right. Little mistake. Interesting. 3 judges picked up on the mistake, 2 didn't. No supervisory judges panel here at these qualifiers, but we will see that come forward for the finals in Omaha in April. So things like that will be picked up by that supervisory panel. Very, very close now between Juliane and Simone Pearce and the first competitor in this morning, Bianca, all sitting around 70%. So what can Juliane do to get into the tops? Currently sitting in second as she comes into her final halt. There we have it, Juliane Brunkhorst and Aperol for Germany. What a super horse. Really gave everything in the arena there. A couple of mistakes. Just pulled that mark down slightly, but the crowd loved it. Fantastic job and a really big smile there from Juliane. Currently ranked 232nd. 40 years old, so we will watch some highlights now as Juliane is being interviewed. A really super horse, so relaxed in the arena, really harmonious partnership these two have. Some lovely work in those trot half passes. Just lost a little bit of the suppleness over the back there towards the end. And actually I feel like the Piaffe got better as the test went on, as they gained confidence. And I think they will be one partnership to look out for tomorrow in the freestyle. She's going to be able to come in and ask for a little bit more tomorrow. Just that mistake in the second canter pirouette, the canter pirouette to the right. These were super 2-time flying changes. Really lifting in the shoulder, really covering the ground. And this also was one of the movements that scored really highly. The canter half pass zigzag on the centre line, really beautifully balanced. Lovely changes, really nice and supple over the back. And that was definitely rewarded by all 5 of our judges. So we just wait for those scores to come through. Where is she going to end up? She's in second, 70.217 from E, 72.283 from H, 72.06 70.5 from C, 72.391 from M, and 70.761 from the judge at B. An overall score of 71.543%, and into second there for Juliane Brunkhorst. Next into the arena, we have our sole representative of Portugal. It is Antonio Do Vale. He is riding Fine Fellow H. This is a 12-year-old Aulenbrock gelding by First Fugger. This combination have enjoyed huge success over the past year. In May, they headed to Hagen, CDI 4-star, where they scored 68.065 in the Grand Prix, and fourth in the special was 66.065. Later in the year, they went to Stuttgart CDI 4-star, finishing 8th in the Grand Prix with 69.152, and 6th in the special with 70.489. Last time out, though, was Frankfurt CDI 5-star. They were 10th in the Grand Prix, 68.978, and 6th in the Grand Prix Freestyle with their personal best of 71.905. So into the arena now for Portugal, Antonio Do Vale and Fine Fellow H. Just resting the left hind there in that initial halt at X. There's some nice steps in the extended trot. Just like to see a little bit more coming from behind, to see the horse tracking up there in the extended trot. Oh, just a loss of balance there, a little trip in the half pass. Well ridden by Antonio, very well recovered. Yeah, ended up nice and square there at C. You could just see the weight, though, was transferred onto the shoulder in the transition, and that maintained through the rein back and actually a little bit into the transition back up into the collected trot. Just losing a little bit of the activity. Yeah, you could see that coming, couldn't you? In the passage, just lost a bit of the activity, and then that obviously transitioned through into the Piaffe. Sixes from all of the judges. Lovely and relaxed here in the walk, though. A very, very good over track. Nice stretching. Definitely one of the best extended walks that we've seen so far today. Really, really well ridden. Yeah, just getting a little bit tight in the shoulder there in the collected walk. Maintaining a good rhythm, though. Well matched music as well. It was in fact my freestyle walk music too, so I'm slightly biased. Again, just losing the activity there coming into the Piaffe. Yeah, sixes, 6.5, a couple of 5.5s as well, and then that miscommunication into the canter. Just seems like he's a little bit switched off to the aids, a little bit too relaxed, and you know, you want that relaxation, but you want the horses to stay with you and stay on the aids, have that motivation to want to go forward. Nice into the 2-time changes there. Yeah, and good into the extended canter. Seems much more on the aids actually here in the canter work than he did in the Piaffe Passage, and of course maybe finds the Piaffe Passage work slightly more difficult. Yeah, I think there was some counting errors in that line of the zigzag. And then some nice changes in the ones again. I would like to just see the pole up a little bit more there in the ones. Good preparation coming into the canter pirouette. And again there into the canter pirouette right. Just lost a bit of the suppleness through the body, but still really nice and centered there. Better here in the extended trot. Again, just could have a little bit more from behind, but better certainly than the first couple. It's great to see that freedom just opening up a little bit more as the test goes on. So this is where he just needs to keep him in front of the leg. Some good steps in the passage. Just needs to keep that much better into the transition of Piaffe. A little bit of travelling there, but actually maintained the activity better. Still scoring 4 6.5s and a 6. And into their final halt there for Antonio Do Vale and fine fellow H. Representing Portugal, a really lovely job from this combination. Their personal best is 69.956, trending around 67-68%. Lovely relaxed horse in the arena. Just switched off a few times, I think, in the Piaffe Passage work. Just lost the activity a little bit in those transitions. Saw a little blip here in this first half pass where the horse had a little trip at the beginning. But generally a really nice harmonious test. And again, a combination that haven't been together for a very long time. So still in the process of learning about each other, gaining confidence. Very consistent through the test. Lovely extended walk today. I actually feel like he should have scored a little bit higher for that extended walk, in my personal opinion. Just needed for me a little bit more in the extended trots, and that's where you could just see the horse dropping off of his A's a little bit in the Piaffe work. You can see Antonio having to work quite hard there in the Piaffe across the centre line. Some good tempi changes So we just wait now for the score, and here it is, 67.174 at E, 67.609 from H, 68.152 from C, 67.5 from M, and 66.630 from B. A total score of 67.413, and into 7th place there for Antonio Do Vale and Fine Fellow H for Portugal. So now we have our third combination from the Netherlands. It is Kirsten Brouwer. She's riding Foundation, a 13-year-old stallion, KWPN by United, out of a Jazz mare. Again, another fairly new combination to Grand Prix. Started in May last year. They've been hugely successful so far, having never been placed outside the top 10. Competed a few weeks ago at their first World Cup qualifier in Mechlin, where they were 7th in the Grand Prix with 71.891 and 6th in the freestyle with 76.980. They then went on to Amsterdam last month, where they finished 5th in the Grand Prix with 75.087 and 10th in the Grand Prix freestyle with 80.135. They're two personal bests, and they were up against a very strong crowd. So into the arena now. For the Netherlands, it is Kirsten Brouwer and Foundation. It's great to see this partnership really develop over their time in Amsterdam. Two really, really super tests, and to see them grow in confidence so much. Let's see what they can do here in Neumünster. Again, another very expressive stallion. Just losing a bit of the softness over the back there in the half pass to the right. Better there to the left. Quite progressive into the halt at sea. Some really good steps in the rein back there though. Their personal best, 75.087. That was from a couple of weeks ago in Amsterdam. Good steps here in the Piaffe. Just opening the mouth slightly at times. That will be something that the judges are looking at. Nice and forward here in the walk again. Good ground cover. Better relaxation there as well towards the end of the diagonal line in extended walk. I'd like to have seen a smoother transition into the collected walk. As she picked up the rein, he just backed off her a little bit, but keeping that lovely regular rhythm in the whole of the collected walk. No anticipation there. And straight up into a lovely active passage. Well ridden there into the Piaffe. Scoring 7.5s and 8s for the Piaffe today. And super uphill transition into the counter. Nice to see these horses much more relaxed in the first half in the arena. Again, some very expressive changes there. Would just like to see the horse a little bit more over the back. You could just see him holding himself a little bit. Beautiful there in the canter extension. Great transitions, really bold. Yeah, again there, just a few moments where he just holds himself a little bit, just like a little bit more suppleness over the back at times. Lovely expressive one-time changes. Creeping up to 74% now. I cannot afford any mistakes if she wants to get her personal best. Good preparation coming into the canter pirouettes, really using that half halt. Oh, well recovered there. Again, just would like to see more suppleness there, especially in that canter pirouette to the right. See, she just lost the bend round her inside leg. Really want to see that weight transferred into the inside hind leg of the horse in those canter pirouettes, so it can really balance on that leg and then come up into a lovely uphill canter around on that really small circle. And it was just a little bit tight over the back today. Some good steps again there in the Piaffe. Interesting there. So that Piaffe at X scored 2 8s, and obviously that was the angle that we were looking at. 2 8s from the judge at E and B, and 6.5, 6 and 6.5 from the judges on the short side. So it does make me wonder if maybe there was a bit of swinging, or maybe the horse was a little bit wide. We didn't see that, and that's why it's so important to have those 5 judges around the arena, because they're all looking from different angles and all seeing different things. So there we have it for Kirsten Brouwer and Foundation. As we watch the highlights now, just at times you can just see there, he just goes against her a little bit in the back, and therefore just gets a little bit hollow, and it's very, very mild. But then she got him back, bent him in the direction that she was going, and got him a little bit softer again. And it just crept in a couple of times where he just went and didn't allow her in. And that just cropped up a couple of times over the test, which just pulled her down by half a mark or so. But that half a mark was just enough. Lovely steps there in the Piaffe, so nice and active, and some really good transitions as well from the Passage into the Piaffe. Be really interesting to see the Piaffe and Passage from the front angle, just to see what those judges saw in that final Piaffe on the centre line. But again, lovely, big, expressive changes. and see how much he's really able to punch that hind leg forward. Got such a great engine. So here's the score: 76.522 from E, 74.022 from H, 73.696 from C, 73.043 from M, and 73.043 from B. A total score of 74.065, and into the lead there for Kirsten Brouwer and Foundation for the Netherlands. She overtakes the two Germans that were dominating the two top spots, Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Juliane Brunkhorst. So that is our top three so far, 74.065% out in the lead. So again, we just have a short break of 15 minutes. The next combination is coming back in at 10:10 British time, 11:10 in European time. So make sure you join us back in just a few moments' time for the final five to come forward in this Grand Prix. Hello and welcome back to part 3 of this World Cup Western European League qualifier, leg 9 of 11 here in Neumünster, Germany. You join us back for part 3. 5 competitors left to come forward. We've seen 10 already, and it has been quite some competition with some top competitors still to come forward. It is all to play for. We will be showing you the results so far and, of course, the final 5 to come forward. We have some very big names in the world of dressage. It's been a bit of a mixed bag for the 10 riders that have come forward so far. So quite a bit of tension in the first 5. Lots of horses are finding this atmosphere very intense, and you can see here how much is going on. Lots and lots of spectators here, which is great to see, but you can see the proximity that is between the spectators and the horses. And here is the official results so far. Kirsten Brouwer, who we saw just before the break, and Foundation went into the lead, 74.065% for the Netherlands. Then we have Germany in 2 and 3 with Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock, who was first to go with a PB of 71.804, and Juliane Brunkhorst, who is in 3rd, riding Aperol with 71.543. So they are the 3 scores to beat to get onto the podium. As I said, 5 competitors left to come forward. Our judges are back in their positions, ready for the final 5. We, of course, will be back tomorrow for the freestyle competition. So make sure you join us for that tomorrow. These 15 competitors will be coming back for the freestyle. So that will be starting at 10 o'clock Central European time, 9 o'clock British time. So we've seen Kirsten Brouwer, but we have next Emma Kanerva, then Marieke van der Putten, Ingrid Klimke, Daniel Bachmann Andersen, and finally Nanna Skodborg Merrald. So it'll be really interesting, especially those final 4. It could be anybody's. Are you judging along on the Spectator judging app? If you're not, then you can still download it. You can either join along and judge each movement as our judges would do. You can give an overall mark, or you can judge a shorter version. So download that Spectator judging app in the App Store if you are on an Apple device, or in the Play Store if you are on Android. Can be in the chance of winning some great prizes. So just 1 more minute now until our next competitor comes into the arena. You could see the warm-up just a few moments ago, just next door. The horses and riders have to come through and into this fabulous arena. I think this is probably one of the most intense arenas on the Western European League circuit. No room for the riders to go around the outside of the arena. There you can see Clive Halsall, the British judge, who is sitting at B. All of our judges today have been very, very much on the same page, very consistent scores from all of the judges for most of the competitors, which is really great to see. But now coming from the warm-up, it is Emma Kanerva. She's representing Finland today. She's riding Greek Air, 12-year-old by Gribaldi. They competed at the World Championships in Herning last year, scoring 73.028% for 22nd in the Grand Prix and 72.149 in the Special for 26th place. This is their 4th World Cup qualifier. They finished 6th in the Grand Prix in Wilhelmsburg with 72.737 and 11th in the freestyle with 75.665. They then went on to Stuttgart Finishing 12th in the Grand Prix with 70.413 and 9th in the freestyle with 78.830, their personal best. Then they went on to Mechlin just after Christmas. The Grand Prix saw them finish in 6th place with 74.130. They then went on to finish 8th in the freestyle with 76.280. Into the arena now, it is Emma Kanerva and Greek Air for Finland. Into a nice square halt there to start. Emma's aim is to ride at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. That's just next year. Of course, we have the Europeans this year in Germany as well. But the next biggie is the World Cup finals in Omaha at the beginning of April. That's what all of these riders are aiming to qualify for. I'd like to see a little bit more bend through the body in these half passes. Some nice crossing, good reach there, but I'd just like to see a little bit more submission to the bend in those half passes. Just leaving a hind leg out there, just the left hind, but some really good steps rein back, keeping the balance nicely there. Into the passage, good activity, and again nicely into the piaffe. Really good transition, keeping the activity throughout the piaffe there. As they come into the extended walk, good ground cover. Could just take that stretch down and out a little bit more in the frame. Better there towards the end. Could just let go a little bit more over the back there in the extended walk for the higher marks. Good job in the collected walk. No anticipation there for the passage. Really good transition and keeping that activity nicely into the piaffe there. Oh, a little bit of tension there in that piaffe. Cooled them down slightly in comparison to the first piaffe. Better transition coming out and up into the canter. .74.131 is their personal best in the Grand Prix. Nice big changes, beautifully straight. Very well ridden there. 7.5s from all of the judges for those tempies. Really lovely, fluent, harmonious test so far. Yeah, nice and accurately ridden in this zigzag. Again, the same as the trot half passes. I would just like to see a little bit more submission to the bend in those. A little bit more softness for the higher mark. Still ridden really nice and accurately. Good there into the ones as well. 2 8s and 3 7.5s. Score creeping up. Good preparation into these canter pirouettes. Yeah, fairly nice there. I think she could have had them a little bit smaller for the higher marks. Let's see what happens here. So 6 to 8 steps around the canter pirouette. Yeah, fairly nice in those. For the higher marks, you'd just like to see a little bit more lift in the canter pirouettes, but nice and accurate. Again, this whole test actually has been really accurately ridden. She hasn't thrown away any marks. Consistently scoring around the 7s, 7.5s and a few 8s thrown in there as well. And I don't want to talk too soon and have commentators curse, but no real mistakes so far. Really beautifully consistent throughout the test. And the thing is, if you can score 7s throughout the whole of the test, that's a 70% test. Any more than that and you're creeping up, and that's why we're seeing the 72, 73%. Lots of 7.5s and a splattering of 8s there. As she comes into the final halt, and it's a square one for Emma Kanerva and Greek Air for Finland. A really, really well-ridden, consistent test from Emma. She should be really, really pleased with that. The horse looking lovely and relaxed in the arena. Some really nice moments. I just watch back on the slow-mos and see some of the highlights. A really lovely, happy horse. Working really well as a pair. Plenty of ground cover in the extensions. Again, keeping that frame throughout. It was just here in the trot half passes and also in the canter half pass zigzag down the centre line. Just would like to see the horse in a bit more bend, a bit more submissive to that bend and a bit softer, but scoring nicely in these PFs. The first one, I think, actually, this one was the better one of the three. Some really good, fluent transitions from the passage into the PF and then back into the passage again. Nice and clear in the extended canter. So we bring you the score, 72.935 from E, 71.957 from H, 74.130 from C, 72.609 from M, and 71.630 from B. A total score of 72.652, and that's enough to put her into second place. So next up we have our final representative of the Netherlands. It is Marieke van der Putten. You can see her coming into the arena now. She is riding a Toverletten's Titanium RS2, an 11-year-old Danish warm blood by Totalis. Again, another partnership that's still relatively new to this level, however, have already enjoyed enormous success. They competed at last year's World Championships, finished 31st in the Grand Prix with 71.118. They then went on to compete in Stuttgart, finishing 8th in the Grand Prix with 72.239 and 11th in the freestyle with 77.690. Then they headed to Mechlin. They actually won the Grand Prix there with 75.978%, which is their personal best. Finished 4th in the freestyle with another personal best of 81.355. Then they headed to Amsterdam a few weeks ago, which was in fact their last outing. Finished 9th in the Grand Prix, 73.652%, and 12th in the freestyle amongst very strong company, 77.220%. They're currently equal 14th in the Western European League standings with 25 points, so we'll be looking to pick up some more this weekend. So into the arena now, it is Marieke van der Putten and Torvaletten's Titanium RS2 for the Netherlands. Again, not quite square in that initial halt. Surprised she didn't correct that actually. Lovely expression in the extended trot. Could have a little bit more from behind for the higher marks. Lovely frame here in the trot. Again, could just have a bit more bend through the body there in the half pass to the right. Yeah, the same there to the left. Just lost a bit of the consistency and the contact. Better into that halt. Let's see, just dropped the frame a little bit in the rein back. Again, lovely to see the frame extended in that extended trot as well, really keeping the pole up at the highest point. Again, the same as the first extended trot, just want to see a bit more from behind. Scoring 7s and a 6.5 for the extended trots. This is where this horse really picks up the marks. Lovely steps in the piaffe there and great transitions as well. 2 8.5s and a 9 from the judge at C for the piaffe. And then into a nice relaxed walk. Wonderful stretch there. Could just have a little bit more swing over the back, a bit more ground cover for the higher marks in the extended walk. Sevens across the board for that, and as we've seen so far today, that walk can be very, very expensive. Double coefficient for the extended walk and for the collected walk. Well ridden there. 3 7.5s, 2 7s for the collected walk. So those scores creeping up, 73.8, and again super into the piaffe, really nice and light. Great transitions as well. 2 8.5s, 2 8s and a 9 for the piaffe, 8s across the board for the transitions. They are now in personal best territory. 75.978, their personal best in the Grand Prix. Really, really nice in the frame, and that's stayed consistent throughout the whole test so far. Nicely ridden across the 2s. Can really see she's taking the time, preparing really well for the next movement, giving herself the best possible opportunity to get the highest marks. So into the zigzag now. Just needs to make sure that she can maintain the straightness. Just a little bit quarters leading there in some of the half pass to the left. Yeah, some mistakes there, unfortunately, in the 1s, 2 4s and 3 5s. And again, I just think they're quite close. I said this in Amsterdam. You know, you'd like to see them covering a little bit more ground, a little bit more forward. But this horse, still only 11 years old, still very, very new in their Grand Prix careers. So this horse, as he gets stronger, will develop and be able to open up much more in those 1s. Nicely balanced into the first canter pirouette. Better in the second half there in the canter pirouette right. Just a little bit where they lost the connection in that first half of the second canter pirouette. A couple of 6 and 6.5s there. So coming down the final centre line, they can pick up some really good marks here in the Passage and the Piaffe. Super hind leg here in the Passage work, and just manages to really maintain that so beautifully in those transitions. Oh, that's commentator's curse, isn't it? A couple of 9s for the down centre line Passage, another 2 9s for the Piaffe there at X. Just that transition mark affected by that transition into the Piaffe, 4 7.5s, whereas they have been getting 8s, 8.5s for those. And there we have it for Marieke van der Putten and Torvalessen's Titanium RS2. A fantastic job, very, very well ridden by Marieke. The horse so beautifully settled, and you could just see he was absolutely loving dancing in the arena. Constantly his ears flickering, listening to his rider. A really, really wonderful job from this partnership. Some real highlights in this test. I just loved the frame that they managed to maintain throughout the whole test in lovely self-carriage. Just needs a little bit more from behind there in those extended trots for some higher marks, scoring around 7s, but I think there's a bit more in there. And again, I'd just like to see a little bit more bend through the body in that trot half pass. Again, scoring 7s, 1 6.5, 1 7.5 for those, but I think there's higher marks in there. Some really nice, lovely line of 2-time changes, picking up some good marks, but the standout is definitely the Piaffe Passage work. 75.543 from E, 71.848 from H, 74.565 from C, 73.370 from M, and 74.239 from the judge at B. So that's an overall score of 73.913. Into second place there for Marieke van der Putten and Torvalessen's Titanium RS2. Now we move on to our final rider for Germany, and it is a crowd favourite. It is, of course, Ingrid Klimke and Franziskus FRH. This horse, a 15-year-old Hanoverian stallion by Fiedertans. This lady needs no introduction. She is an equestrian legend. She was voted Peden Bloodstock FEI Best Athlete in 2019 and 2020. She's won 10 gold medals, 4 silvers and 2 bronze medals during her eventing career, but also, like her father, competes at international dressage. Ingrid and Franziskus already have 2 World Cup wins under their belt. They won in Zakazo, Poland, with 79.675 in the Central European League. They then took the top spot on the podium in Stuttgart with a huge 83.440 in the freestyle after coming second to Isabel and DSP Quantas in the Grand Prix with 74.391. They were also on the podium with 2 third places in XL London, 75.421 in the Grand Prix and 73.170 in the freestyle. Then in Amsterdam, they finished third in the Grand Prix, 76.261, and fourth in the Grand Prix freestyle with 84.960, both personal best scores. So in the arena now for Germany, Ingrid Klimke and Franziskus FRH. She's currently sitting second in the standings. She is the second highest German. Isabel is out in the lead. Of course, Jessica von Brandl gets an automatic qualification place to the finals as long as she competes in 2, which she already has. So it's all to play for on the German team. They can take a maximum of 3 riders through to the finals. So tough competition in the German team. A good start for Ingrid and Franziskus. Lovely halt there at sea. Again, nice and accurate and on the marker. Just dropped a little bit in the frame going into the rain back. This also has a lovely expression in the passage, really able to sit in the piaffe, sometimes actually oversits, and that's when he can come into a few problems in those transitions. Not the biggest walk that we have seen today. Tracking up, like to see more ground cover for the big marks in the extended walk. Good here in the collected walk. Can just see him thinking about that transition into the passage. Again, just keeping that activity better there in the piaffe. Again, just the transition mark there being pulled down with that transition back into the passage, just losing a bit of the fluency, but actually the piaffe steps themselves much better that time. Oh, yep. Bit of excitement going into the 2s there. We could see before she actually started the test, he was getting a bit excited in that corner. Ingrid, as ever, the professional, managed to regain the confidence and come back and do a really nice line of 2-time tempies, but of course 3 5s and 2 4s for the start of that line. That's pulled them down into 3rd place now. She's got some serious making up to do to climb to the top of that leaderboard. Beautifully ridden zigzag. 4 8s and an 8.5 for that. Lovely, expressive one-time changes, beautifully straight on the diagonal, really covering the ground. She's picking those marks back up, still with those pirouettes to go. Yeah, better in the second half. Got a little bit on the shoulder in the first half. Better going in. Yeah, better in the counter pirouette to the right. Actually, a variation of scores from the judges. A 9 for that last one, but a 7 and a 7.5 and 2 8s. Lovely there in the extended trot. That's really one of this horse's highlights. So coming down now, final centre line. So they need a piaffe like their last one. Again, you can just see how much he really steps under behind, and I think that's where he just struggles sometimes in those transitions. And there we have it, into their final halt for Ingrid Klimke and Franziskus FRH there for Germany. Their personal best score, 76.261. Not quite at that today, but has she done enough to take the lead? Yep, hold on tight, Ingrid. Kirsten is out in front with Foundation at the moment. The score to beat, 74.065. She finished up the test trending around 75%. So can she keep that and take the lead? If she takes the lead, she will guarantee herself a podium finish. So we watch the highlights now. Lovely steps in the extended trot. This horse has such wonderful ground cover. A real highlight. Tracking up beautifully. Just there, you could just see the pole tipping down towards the end of the extended trot. Just some difficulties today, again, in the piaffe and those transitions. The middle piaffe was definitely the better one of the three. Had that little blip going into the two-time changes. A beautiful line of two-time tempies. Just had a little spook going into it, which pulled their marks down to 5s, which is a real pity. But has she done enough to take the lead? She has. 74.457 from E, 76.196 from H, 75 from C, 76.522 from M, and 75.217 from B. A total score of 75.478%. Just behind their personal best, that is 76.261 that they scored in Amsterdam just a few weeks ago. She would have definitely been closer to that had she not have had that mistake going into the two-time changes. 2 4s and 3 5s for that, so that really did pull her overall mark down. But into the arena now, we have our final two competitors, both from Denmark. This is Daniel Bachmann Andersen, 33 years old, ranked 9th in the world, and he is riding Zippo MI, an 11-year-old Danish warm blood, by Blue Horse Zach, out of Blue Horse Don Schufro. Very, very well-bred horse indeed. A new combination at Grand Prix last year and already incredibly successful, having never been placed outside the top 8 and never scored below 71%. In July, they scored their personal best in the Grand Prix. For second place in Falsterbro, CDIO 4-star with a huge 75.043. Took the win in the special, 73.723. They then made their freestyle debut together on home ground at the Wilhelmsburg World Cup qualifier, finishing on the podium with third place with 81.330. Not a bad start indeed. They finished fourth in the short Grand Prix with 74.079. In Amsterdam, the pair finished seventh in the Grand Prix with 74.609. That is their new personal best, and 8th in the Grand Prix freestyle with 80.240. Daniel, of course, was part of the gold medal winning team at the World Championships last summer, riding Marshall Bell, placing in the top 10 on all 3 days at the championships with up to 83.464 in the freestyle. So in the arena now for Denmark, it is Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Zippo MI. Daniel, of course, famous for riding this horse's sire, Blue Horse Zach, at championship level. They were regulars on the World Cup circuit and placed fourth at the finals in Gothenburg in 2019. So if they can score their personal best, they would go into second place or higher. The score they need to beat, of course, is Ingrid, 75.478, sorry. Lovely there in the half pass to the right, especially. Nice and accurate on the marker, just slightly out on that right hind. Some great steps in the rein back as well. That's where we've seen a lot of riders today lose a lot of valuable marks. So into the passage. Yeah, fairly nice in the PF. 4 7s and a 6.5 from the judges. Just, for me, a little bit hollow. I'd like to see him lifting his core a little more. Nice relaxation here in the extended walk. Good ground cover, nice stretching. Again, maintaining that rhythm here in the collected walk. That's interesting. 3 7s, a 6 and a 5 for the collective walk. Again, they're just a little bit out behind in the Piaf. Lovely transition into canter. So trending in 5th place. He's got a lot of making up to do to get on the podium today. We know that he's capable of it. Good in the 2-time 10Ps. Again, really nice ground cover there in the extended canter. Now the zigzag. Nice and supple through the zigzag, really good changes of bend. Just dropping the pole slightly at times. Could be in better self-carriage through that canter zigzag line. And again, the same there in that line of one-time changes. Just drop the pole slightly. You can see Daniel really pushing him forward up into the contact. Crept up a place into fourth now. Nice and centered there in the canter pirouette. Again, good balance there. 3/8 for the canter pirouette right, 4/8 for the canter pirouette to the left. So back up to 74%. He's got to come in the top two to guarantee a place on the podium, and he's there. Into second. It is very, very tight at the top. He needs a good final centre line as he comes into his final piaffe. Good activity here in the passage as he comes into the final halt. And there we have it for Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Zippo MI as he punches the air. A combination best 75.043. Not quite going to get the air today, but around the 73.9, 74%. He's teetering around second and third place. He needs to get into second to guarantee a place on the podium because his teammate Nanna is next and she is going to be gunning for some more points. Of course, the points do come from the freestyle tomorrow. But a really nice confidence-giving ride there today from Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Zippo MI. Some really lovely highlights. Definitely those canter pirouettes were really well ridden. The two lines of tempi changes as well were beautifully executed. Really nice in the trot half passes at the beginning of the test as well. A very consistent ride for this partnership. Scoring 7.5s and 8s throughout the test. 73.587 from E, 74.022 from H, 75 from C, 73.913 from M, and 73.696 from B. A total score there of 74.044% into third place for Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Zippo MI. So the score still to beat is Ingrid Klimke. She's out in the lead. Franciscus FRH 75.478 for that combination. Kirsten Brouwer still in second with Foundation 74.065. And this is how close it is. Daniel Bachmann Andersen in third 74.044%. So less than 0.02% between second and third place. Then very close behind again, Marieke van der Putten and Do Vale's Titanium RS2. They're in fourth with 73.9. So incredibly close between second and fourth place. But our final rider into the arena now, it is Nanna Skodborg Merrald. She's 30 years old, ranked 15th in the world, and she rides Blue Horse Zepter, a 15-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Blue Horse Zach, same sire as Zippo that we've just seen. This combination's first ever international show together was in Basel in January, just a few weeks ago. So this is their second outing ever, gaining the ride from Patrick Kittle a few months ago. They scored 75.152 in the Grand Prix for fourth and jumped into third in the freestyle with their personal best of 84.130. Patrick rode Zepter in the World Cup finals last year, finishing 7th in the short Grand Prix with 74.662 and 8th in the freestyle with 76.725%. This horse was sent to Patrick to compete and sell, however he didn't find a new rider, so returned home to Blue Horse and apparently is still on the market. He had a very successful 2022 season with Patrick, never placing outside the top 10 and even gaining some wins along the way in Compiègne and Falsterbo. Previously to that, he was competed under Blue Horse former rider Daniel Bachmann Andersen, who we just saw in the arena. But now he's entering the arena with Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Zepter, their second ever international Grand Prix together for Denmark. This is Nanna's 6th World Cup qualifier. She competed Blue Horse Saint Jouffroy in Wilhelmsburg and Mechlin, Utterup Othilia in Lyon, this horse in Basel, and Blue Horse Zach in Amsterdam. She's 5th on the leaderboard with 62 points. Qualified for the World Cup finals last April with Utterup Othilia. They finished 4th in the short Grand Prix with 75.752 and 5th in the freestyle with 81.239. A great start for this combination. Super in the half pass there to the left. Again, good into the halt, some nice steps and brain back. Looking very strong so far. Currently trending on their combination best score. Super there in the Piaffe. And again, lovely fluency in the transitions. 8s and 8.5s from the judges. Super activity. Both individually, this horse has a lot of experience, and of course Nanna, very experienced rider, having competed at the World Championships, picking up that gold medal for the team with Blue Horse Zach at the Worlds last year. And of course going to the Europeans with Othilia and Tokyo with Zach. But together, just their second ever international competition. And already looking like a very solid partnership. A 9, 2 8.5s and 2 8s for the Piaffe there. very, very solid start to this test. Beautifully straight, nice expressive changes, just very consistent throughout, scoring plenty of 8s, and we're seeing that come through with an average of 77.4. It's a much bigger horse than we've seen Nanna on before. The other horse is much more compact, so she's got a lot more to connect with this horse, and especially as he's been ridden previously by Patrick and Daniel. I think that's testament to Nanna's riding. And into the ones now. Great preparation as she comes onto the diagonal line. It's the time for the canter pirouettes. Again, beautiful preparation into that, beautifully centered, absolutely lovely 2 9s for the canter pirouette to the left. Definitely some of the best canter pirouettes that we've seen today. Beautifully, beautifully balanced. Again, 2 8s and a 9, another 8.5, and a 7. Not sure about the 7 there. So still holding the lead, Nanna Skodborg Merrald, as she comes down the final centre line. Just a problem in the transition back to the collected trot before she started the extension there. That's just pulled her mark down slightly. But beautiful there in the Piaffe at X. 2 9s again as she comes down into her final halt. Our final rider in this Grand Prix here in Neumünster for the Western European League World Cup qualifier. And I think we might have a new leader with definitely a combination best, but potentially a personal best score as well for Nanna. A huge smile on her face. Their second ever international class together. And what a masterclass that was. Out of all of the World Cup qualifiers that Nanna has competed in, this is her 6th. This would be her first win. So we still wait for the scores to be counted up. It's looking good. Now, Nanna's just being interviewed now as we watch the highlights for this wonderful test. As I said, an absolute masterclass, and still so new in their competitive career together. A lovely frame throughout the test, kept the pole at the highest point at all times. Those canter pirouettes, a definite highlight, scoring 9s, plenty of 8s and 8.5s for this Passage and Piaffe work, and you can just see there looking so easy. Nothing changes, the frame stays the same. This horse has such a great ability to collect. Now, do we have a new leader? Let's wait for those scores. We do. She goes into the lead. 79.130 from E, 75.435 from H, 78.913 from C, 76.087 from M, and 76.8087 from B. 77.130. A personal best there for Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Zepter. They take the win today in these official results for the FEI World Cup Dressage. Ingrid Klimke in second for Germany, 75.478. Kirsten Brouwer in third place for Foundation for the Netherlands, 74.065. And Daniel Bachmann Andersen very, very close behind there in fourth place. Incredibly tight at the top. It's all to play for tomorrow in the freestyle. Marieke van der Putten in fifth place, 73.913 for the Netherlands. Greek Air, ridden by Emma Kanerva for Finland, in sixth place. And Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock, she finished in seventh with another personal best there. And to finish the top 8, we have Juliane Brunkhorst. She was riding April 71.543. What a fantastic, fantastic class we have enjoyed this morning as we watch the highlights back now for the top 8. But it is Nanna Skodborg Merrald who is our winner for this VR Classics Neumünster Grand Prix World Cup qualifier. Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Zepter, a second ever international together, scoring a PB of 77.130. Ingrid Klimke in second, Franciscus FRH 75.478. And then Kirsten Brouwer and Foundation in third, 74.065% in third. Interestingly, the audience had Ingrid Klimke out in the lead, 75.143. They had Nanna in second, 74.997. And they had Kirsten in fifth, 72.9. You can also play along and download the Spectator Judges app. Judge along from home or from around the arena and see how close you are to our judges. But there you can see our winner, Nanna Skodborg Merrald. As I said, out of all of those World Cup qualifiers she's competed in, her first win. Can she do it again tomorrow in the freestyle? She scored 84.130 in Basel. But we know that Ingrid, she can score around that. She scored 84.960. So really, it could be anybody's tomorrow. Daniel's PB in the freestyle, 81.33. So it's going to be incredibly, incredibly tight. Let's have a look at Kirsten as well. Kirsten Brouwer, her freestyle personal best, 77.845. So scored in third place today, 74.065. So we just set up now for the prize giving. We will of course see our top 8 come forward for their lap of honour, and then the top 3 will be coming in to collect their prizes. So just a little reminder, we have Gothenburg up next. Gothenburg in Sweden. We will be there on the 24th for the Grand Prix, the 25th for the freestyle. So that's next Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow, of course, is the Grand Prix freestyle. So make sure you join us back for the freestyle tomorrow here on Clip My Horse. The freestyle tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock British time, 10 o'clock Central European time. We will see all 15 combinations that we've seen today coming forward again. Then our last World Cup Western European League competition will be heading to the Netherlands. So join us in 's-Hertogenbosch on the 10th and 11th of March. That is leg 11 of 11. So that will be the decider of who goes to the World Cup finals. The top 9 from the Western European League will qualify for the finals. A maximum of 3 competitors per nation. Of course, Jessica is our current champion. She had to compete in 2 Western European League World Cup qualifiers to gain her place at the finals. She did that. She had a win in Lyon and another win in Basel. Both 90% plus scores. At the moment, we have Isabel at the top of the standings and Ingrid in second. So it's going to be a real battle for the German team in these final phase of the Western European League World Cup qualifiers to see who is going to take those other 2 places. Frederick von Dres also at the top. Benjamin Vandal in third. Dinja van Leer, she of course has had 2 wins. She is sitting in 4th place. Nanna Skodborg Merrald, she is in 5th at the moment. If she can take a win tomorrow, that will push her up. Patrick Kittel sitting in 6th. I would imagine he would be in Gothenburg next week. So that will be an interesting one to see how he gets on there. He's also contested a fair few horses for the Western European League. Tamar Vestra, she is in 7th place for the Netherlands, our second Dutch. Frederick von Dres, 8th for Germany. Morgan Barbesson in 9th, our top French rider. And then to finish the top 10, we have Helen Lange-Hanneberg and Emily Scholtens. Lottie Fry currently sitting in 12th place. She had that win in Excel with Glamourdale. Has also competed Everdale. But here we have our top 8 competitors coming forward for their lap of honour. This is Juliane Brunkhorst and April. They finished in 8th place, 71.543%. That's a very chilled out lap of honour. Okay, I think it's a presentation rather than a lap of honour.
Vor gut 22 Jahren nahm sie ihre erste Reitstunde. Eine erste Reitbeteiligung mit dem Schulpony Püppchen folgte schnell und es war eine sehr dominante braune Shetty-Stute, so wie man Shettys eben kennt.
So I've just found out this rider has been awarded the golden, I hope I get this pronunciation right, Riser Biken. So this is the ceremony for that.
auf Leimleitplatz nahm. Der Sprung von der E bis zur L-Dressur folgte schnell. Der Verkauf der Stute führte dann aber
It is Annalisa Ware.
zu Karins Professor Hope of September. Schnell wurde klar, das passt auf dem 1,80 Meter großen, imposanten Wallach durfte sie die schweren Lektionen erlernen. Eine Möglichkeit, die sie ohne Familie Pollack nicht gehabt hätte und für die sie bis heute unendlich dankbar ist. Ein Professor wie Hope wäre finanziell nie möglich gewesen. Darüber hinaus bestand nie die Debatte, ein Pferd abzugeben, weil es dem Leistungsanspruch nicht mehr gerecht war. Die ersten Landesmeisterschaften auf ihrem Zwei-Stern-Niveau, die mit dem Einzug in das Finale abgeschlossen werden konnte, hätte sie ohne Hope und Karin Winter-Pollack nie geschafft. Sie begann das Studium und hatte eine Nachwuchshoffnung im damals dreijährigen Absolut von Aliano und einer Lantanmutter. Der talentierte Fuchs lernte schnell und der gemeinsame Weg war dann auch schnell klar. Siege und Platzierung in Dressurprüfungen der Klasse N. In den Semesterferien half sie gern.
So a little quick Google, because my German is not up to scratch. This is the Golden Riding Badge. Unlike all other riding badges, the Golden cannot be obtained through an examination, but only through sporting success. It is defined in the training and examination regulations. It is earned by those who have proven themselves in a large number of tests. In addition, with immediate effect, all dressage and show jumping riders must have achieved the corresponding success on at least 5 different tournament grounds. Basically, 10 wins at advanced level are required.
Und so ging es dann weiter, bis der Einstieg in die schwere Klasse dann gelang. Etwas beschwerlich anfangs, aber dann durchaus erfolgreich, denn er hat auch die Pirouetten gelernt.
So that is being awarded to Annalisa Ware. We will be bringing you the prize giving for the World Cup Dressage Western European League results in just a few moments' time after this presentation.
Völlig unverhofft gelang auch die ersten Siege in der Königsklasse. Mit Mark Heinen trainiert sie seit 2022. Er begleitet sie immer wieder auf den Turnieren und bringt sie vor allem auch mental weiter. Im Jahre 2022 konnten dann Platzierungen errungen werden in 4-Sterne-Grand-Prix-Prüfungen und sie qualifizierten sich für die Youngster Tour Derby Future Stars mit dem Halbfinale und dem Finale beim Agraris Cup in Münster. Die Erfolge für das goldene Reitabzeichen, das hat sie nun mit diesem Pferd erfüllt. Eine wirklich große Karriere für dieses Paar und da stehen natürlich eine ganze Familie hinter. Mama Susanne, Papa Carsten, Bruder Finn und ihr Partner Dennis. Sie unterstützen sie und dadurch sind diese Erfolge eben auch möglich. Und nun, meine Damen und Herren, liebe Annalisa, nun ist es soweit. Die Deutsche Reiterliche Vereinigung verleiht Annalisa Wehr aufgrund ihrer Erfolge im Dressurreiten das Deutsche Reitabzeichen in Gold. Herzlichen Glückwunsch!
Annalisa is being rewarded her certificate and her badge of honour as well. I'm pretty sure that badge will be on her competition jacket in no time at all. What a huge honour, and what a place to be rewarded. Fantastic results from this combination.
Ja, hier steht sie nun, meine Damen und Herren, und Sie warten auf Ihren Applaus auf der Ehrenrunde. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Annalisa, auf geht's.
So now she does a lap of honour. A fantastic accomplishment for this partnership. Looking forward to seeing more of them in the future. So as they finish their lap of honour, we will be bringing you the prize giving for the World Cup dressage. But at the moment, Annalisa is enjoying her lap of honour for being awarded this amazing prize. The Golden Riding Badge. So you can see the riders there in the background just preparing for the prize giving. As the lights go out, we will welcome our top 8 for the Western European League World Cup qualifier here in Neumünster. The stage is being set. So I think we are now ready to bring you the prize giving for the World Cup Dressage Western European League here in Neumünster. The top 8 will come forward today. In 8th place, we have Juliane Brunkhorst. She was riding April, scored 71.543 for 8th place. Lovely test from this partnership, who we will look forward to welcoming into the freestyle tomorrow. And if she can get into the arena, there we have Bianca Nowag-Aulenbrock and Florine OLD. They were first in, scored a personal best score of 71.804% and finished 7th overall today in the Grand Prix. A really, really wonderful test from this very new partnership to this level. Then into 6th place we had Emma Kanerva and Greek Air for Finland, 72.652%. In 5th place it is Marieke van der Putten and Torvaletten's Titanium RS2. They scored 73.913, finishing in 5th place. A really, really super test from this pair. All to play for tomorrow in the freestyle. And then in 4th place, very, very close. Just pipped Marieke van der Putten. It was Daniel Bachmann Andersen and Zippo MI. They scored 74.044 for 4th place. This lovely young horse, just 11 years old. So that is our 8th to 4th place. And we will welcome in our top 3 in just a few moments' time. Very, very close competition today in the Grand Prix. As I said, 5th place 73.913, 4th place 74.044, and 3rd place 74.065. 0.021% difference between 3rd and 4th place. I said earlier, the difference between a medal and no medal at a championships can be so small. So literally every mark really does count. And when you're looking at accuracy marks, like I said about the halts, or an expensive walk that we saw quite a lot today, especially at the beginning of the class, where a lot of the horses were getting tense, it can be the smallest of things that make a big difference and make the difference between receiving a medal or not. But there we have it, our top 3 competitors. It is, for the win, Denmark's Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Zepter. They scored a huge personal best, 77.130. Oh, poor Kirsten's having a really tough time in the prize giving. But it's a win for this lady. Nanna Skodborg Merrald, her second international with this wonderful horse. A great test that they had today. And here's the national anthem for Denmark. So we have the national anthem of Denmark for our winner, Nanna Skodborg Merrald, and a very spicy Blue Horse Zepter. He just wants to get going on his lap of honour. Practising his piaffe ready for the freestyle tomorrow, which they will be competing in and looking to pick up some more points. There we see the prize presented to Nanna. Madeline Wintershoes just presenting the prize there to Nanna. Madeline, a big supporter of Isabel Vert, owned many of her horses over the years. And then our judges also coming forward to congratulate Nanna. And in second place, we have Ingrid Klimke and Franciscus FRH with a huge score of 75.478%. Franciscus loving all of the attention.
und Kirsten Brouwer, Niederlande,
And then, of course, in third place, we have Kirsten Brouwer and Foundation. They score 74.065 for third place. Huge congratulations to our top three, all done spectacularly well today in this Grand Prix. But of course, tomorrow is the big one. It is the freestyle day. As we take a picture for our winner, it is Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Zepter. All of the horses ready to do their lap of honour now. Everybody makes a bit of space.
Ihrer Meinung überzeugte Ingrid Klimke mit ihrem Franziskus. Und nun dieses Ausland ordentlich vorgehalten hat Ingrid gebühren zu ihren Gewinn Christina und Jörn Anrecht ein Preisgeld von 10.000
Special prize. Oh, special prize now for Ingrid Klimke and Franziskus FRH. Our top place German rider. So that prize presented by Family Arendt. So now we have the lap of honour. And what a class it's been here in Neumünster. Thank you so much for joining us here on Click My Horse TV, whether you're watching on our social media channels or whether you are watching online. Thank you so much for joining us. I've really enjoyed commentating for you guys today. It is Natasha Baker, of course, and I will be joining you back for the freestyle tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It's 9 o'clock Central European time, 8 o'clock British time. But for now, that is it from me. Thank you so much for joining, and a huge congratulations to our winner, Nanna Skodborg Merrald and Blue Horse Zepter, and our second place rider, Ingrid Klimke and Franziskus FRH. And of course, in third for the Netherlands, Kirsten Brouwer and Foundation.